Welcome back, weary hearts and wandering minds. I am here with you, and tonight we will rest in Lothlórien. There is nothing you need to understand now, nothing you need to become, no choices to make. Just stay with me. This is a moment of silence where Galadriel once stood before the mirror and learned that truth does not shout, it waits. You need not seek answers. The water will show you only what you are ready to see. And even that, gently. You can listen as you fall asleep, as you study, work, or let the night pass. It doesn't matter how you arrived here, you belong. I will remain nearby, walking gently beside you, through memory and silence, through ancient light and winter air, keeping you company for as long as you need. So take a step a little closer to the mirror. The water is calm, the forest is listening. And together, we will let the truth appear, silently. You begin with the smallest sound, the hush of snow settling on leaves that never truly fall. Lothlórien in winter is not loud about its season. It does not creak and groan like mortal forests do. It simply changes its breathing. The air becomes clearer, thinner, as if every thought you carry might be seen for a moment in the pale light. You walk beneath pale branches, and the world feels rinsed clean. There is a silver hush everywhere, on the bark, on the moss, on the soft edges of stone. The path is gentle under your feet, as if the forest has learned the art of kindness and practices it on every traveler who arrives heavy with time. You notice the way light behaves here. It does not strike, it lingers. It rests on the snow like a hand placed carefully on a fevered brow. It slides between the trees like a secret, passing from one patient heart to another. And you can almost believe that light is not merely a thing you see, but a thing that sees you. Far ahead, there is a glow, not bright, not blazing, but steady. A lantern's promise. A candle that does not tremble. You follow it without hurry, because Lothlórien does not reward rushing. It teaches you something older than speed. It teaches you to arrive, and then you feel it. Not a voice, not a warning. A presence, quiet, attentive, immense. As if the forest itself has paused to make room for someone who remembers more than the trees. You step into a clearing that feels like the center of a dream. There are pale stones under a dusting of snow, arranged as if a gentle mind placed them there long ago and never forgot why. The air smells faintly of cold water and white blossoms, an impossible scent, a little like hope. And there she is. Galadriel does not announce herself. She does not need to. She stands as if she has always been standing there, somewhere just beyond the edge of your waking world. Grave and beautiful, luminous without effort, wrapped in white as though winter itself learned elegance from her. You notice something that surprises you. She does not feel distant. She feels exact, like a truth you have been circling for years without naming. Like the moment right before you finally remember a word that has been stuck on the tip of your mind. Her eyes meet yours, and you understand the strange thing people mean when they speak of ancient memory. There is no harshness in her gaze, no hunger, only depth, still as water, yet keen as starlight. And you realize, with a small shiver, that she is not looking at your face. She is looking at what you carry behind it. You might expect her to speak like a queen, but when she speaks, it is like someone drawing a curtain aside to let you breathe. Come, she seems to say, not as command, but as invitation. And you go. The mirror waits nearby, cradled in stone. A basin of silver, filled with water so still it feels like the world is holding its breath. Snowflakes drift down and vanish before they touch the surface, as if the water refuses anything that does not belong to the truth. You stand at its edge. The forest behind you is quiet, not empty, quiet like a chapel, quiet like a page before the first sentence is written, quiet like the space between one heartbeat and the next, where something important always lives. Galadriel does not tell you to look. She simply stands beside you, a steady presence, and lets the moment do what it must. And you realize something gentle and unsettling. The mirror is not here to entertain you. It is here to reveal you. At first, the water shows nothing but water. A smooth, dark sheen, reflecting pale branches overhead. You see your own outline, softened by the dim light. You look almost like a stranger, someone you might be kind to if you met them on a road at night. Then the surface shifts, not like waves, like a thought turning in sleep, like memory awakening. You see a place you once called safe, a room, a corner, a familiar light, but something in it is wrong, not broken, not destroyed, simply distant, as if you are watching it through years. And the feeling that rises in you is not fear, it is recognition. You swallow softly. Galadriel remains still, patient as snow. And you understand. The mirror is not showing the future. It is showing what you have been avoiding, not to punish you, to free you. The water offers another image, a moment from your life that seemed small at the time, a glance you dismissed, a sentence you laughed away, an instinct you betrayed because it was easier to be agreeable than honest. The scene is quiet, ordinary, and yet it aches with meaning. You feel the truth pressed gently against your ribs. You want to look away. That is the old reflex, the human habit of turning from what might change you. But Galadriel's presence beside you is like a warm cloak, and you find a small courage you didn't know you still had. You keep looking. Now the mirror shows something deeper, not an event, a pattern, a thread running through your days like a hidden stitch. The way you always try to be strong alone, the way you always believe rest must be earned, the way you keep waiting for permission to exist softly. Your chest tightens, not with panic, but with grief. A tender grief, the kind that comes when you finally see the shape of your own story and realize you have been harder on yourself than any enemy ever was. Galadriel speaks very quietly, as if she is careful not to startle the truth. Do you see? Her voice seems to ask. Not what you wish were true, but what has been true. And you feel tears gather, though you do not fall apart, because the forest is holding you, because she is holding the moment. Something changes in Galadriel too, so subtle you almost miss it. You have heard tales of her power, the quiet might that keeps this golden wood from fading, the unseen strength that stands against shadows. You can sense it like a low chord beneath the air. But here, beside the mirror, she is not performing power. She is practicing restraint. And suddenly you understand what her true test has always been. Not whether she could become magnificent, but whether she could refuse to become terrible. For a heartbeat, the water flashes with another possibility, one that is not yours. A vision of a woman crowned in light so intense it becomes blinding. A figure tall as a tower, beautiful and dreadful, as if destiny itself has taken form and decided it will not be questioned. The air grows colder around the basin. You feel the temptation in the vision, not temptation like greed, but temptation like certainty. The temptation to control, to fix, to force peace by command. And then, just as swiftly, the vision softens. Because Galadriel, standing beside you, does something that feels like a miracle. She lets the power pass through her and out. She does not seize it. She does not feed it. She releases it as calmly as someone setting down a heavy burden at last. The forest exhales. The light returns to its gentle state. The water becomes still again. And you realize this is what true transformation looks like. Not fireworks, not conquest. A quiet decision, made again and again, to choose light without domination. You feel your shoulders drop, as if your body has been waiting for someone ancient to show you that strength can be soft. That courage can be quiet. That hope does not have to shout to be real. Galadriel turns slightly, and you catch the smallest hint of something in her expression. Not sadness, not triumph. A a kind of compassionate knowing, like someone who has lived long enough to understand that people will tell your story in ways you never intended. Because here is another mystery. Galadriel's life, her choices, her very origin, has been remembered in different ways by different mouths. Some speak of her pride. Some speak of her purity. Some speak as if she were a legend carved into stone, simple, finished, easy to praise. But standing here, you sense the truth beneath all versions. A long life makes many mirrors, and not every mirror tells the same story. You look back into the basin and see your own reflection again, faint and human, and you wonder quietly how many versions of you exist in other people's minds. The strong you, the difficult you, the quiet you, the fine you, the you they never truly asked to know. Galadriel's voice is a hush of winter leaves. Time, she seems to say, does not only pass, it edits, and you feel that line settle in your heart like snow, soft, cold, strangely comforting. Because maybe the magic is not in being understood by everyone. Maybe the magic is in remembering yourself. Not the polished version, not the forgiven version, not the punished version. The true one, the one the mirror recognizes. Galadriel does not ask you what you saw. She does not demand confession. She simply stands with you long enough for the truth to stop feeling like a threat and begin to feel like a door. And as you step back from the basin, the forest seems to lean closer. The winter air shimmers. The shadows between the trees look less like enemies and more like places where secrets rest. And you sense, just at the edge of your awareness, that the mirror has not finished with you. Not yet. Because the next truth is rarely a sentence. It is a path. So you breathe in, slow and deep. You let the cold air fill your lungs like clean light, and you follow Galadriel's quiet motion as she turns away from the basin, leading you deeper into Lothlórien, toward a place where memory is kept not in water, but in the very air you are about to walk through. And somewhere ahead, beyond the hush of snow and the glow of pale lanterns, another secret waits, patient as time, gentle as hope, ready to open when you are. You follow Galadriel along a path that seems to appear only when you are ready to take it. The snow does not crunch here the way it would in the mortal world. It settles like a blessing, muffling the sharp edges of thought. The air is so clean, it feels like it has never been breathed before, and yet it holds the faintest trace of something lived in. Warm candle wax, dried herbs, old wood, and the soft sweetness of white blossoms that should not exist in winter. Lothlórien is a place where seasons behave like stories. They don't command you. They invite you. You walk beneath pale boughs that lift toward the stars like arms raised in quiet prayer. Somewhere above, lanterns glow with a steady, honeyed light, and every now and then you catch the delicate sound of water moving under ice, small, patient, constant. It reminds you that time does not stop here. It simply learns to move gently. Galadriel does not hurry you. She walks at the pace of someone who understands what it is to carry too much. Memories, responsibilities, unfinished grief, and she does not add even one more weight to your shoulders. When she glances back, it is not to check whether you are keeping up. It is to make sure you still feel welcome. You reach a stairway that curves around the trunk of a great tree, its bark smooth in places and carved in others, with lines so fine they look like writing. Your hand brushes the surface as you pass, and for a strange moment you feel the tree respond, not with movement, but with recognition, as if it knows the language of your touch. The stairway opens onto a high platform wrapped in pale railings. From here, the forest spreads outward like a sea of silver and shadow. The winter sky above is deep, velvet dark, stitched with stars so sharp they seem newly made. And in the distance, you see it. A soft glow gathered among the trees like a held breath. Caras Galadon. It does not rise like a fortress. It rests like a sanctuary. You feel something in you loosen at the sight, as if your heart has been waiting for a place that does not demand an explanation. The approach is quiet, but not empty. There are faint sounds of life. A door opening far below, a low murmur of voices that never grows loud, the hush of fabric, the gentle clink of something placed carefully on a table. Even the light here seems considerate. It falls in a way that does not expose but comforts, like a cloak placed around your thoughts. Galadriel leads you into a hall where white pillars stand like frozen moonbeams. The floor beneath your feet is smooth and cool, and the air is warmer inside, touched by the patient presence of firelight. Candles burn in shallow bowls, their flames steady, as if they are protected from the very idea of chaos. You notice how everything here has been chosen. Nothing is careless, nothing is harsh. Even the silence is crafted with intention, like a lullaby without words. You pass a long table set with simple beauty. Bread wrapped in linen, a bowl of pale fruit that seems to glow softly in the candlelight, cups that catch the light like calm water. The scent of warm herbs rises faintly, and you realize you are hungry in a way you didn't recognize before. Not hungry for food, hungry for ease. Galadriel gestures, and you sit. Your body responds with gratitude, the kind that surprises you. The chair supports you, as if it was made for your exact weight of worry. The warmth reaches your hands, your wrists, the base of your throat. You breathe out, and the exhale feels like something you have been postponing for months. Galadriel sits across from you, and for a moment you only watch the candlelight dance across her white sleeves. She looks as she did beside the mirror, grave, luminous, composed. And yet, here in the shelter of this hall, you sense another layer. Not softness in place of strength, softness within strength, like a blade laid down on velvet, not because it has become dull, but because it has chosen peace. You are not sure what to say, so you say nothing, and that is allowed here. In the quiet, your mind returns to the mirror, not as a spectacle, but as a sensation, the way the water shifted like a thought turning in sleep, the way truth rose gently to the surface, the way you didn't break even when you wanted to. Galadriel watches you with those deep eyes, and it feels as if she is listening to the thoughts you haven't spoken aloud. Not to invade, to understand. You did well, she says at last, her voice low and calm, like a hand smoothing a sheet. The words land softly, but they change something inside you. Because you are used to praise that comes with conditions. This does not. You glance toward the candles, the pale glow, the quiet order of the hall. You think of the vision that flashed in the mirror, a crown of light that could have become blinding, a power that could have turned certainty into domination. It unsettles you, not because you fear Galadriel, but because you recognize the temptation, not only in legends, in yourself. The temptation to take control, to force clarity, to demand guarantees, to turn life into a map where nothing can surprise you again. Galadriel speaks again, and the room seems to lean in to listen. There's a kind of power that feels like safety, she says. It promises peace, if only you will grasp it tightly enough. Her gaze holds yours without pressure. But what you grasp too tightly, she continues, cannot breathe. And what cannot breathe cannot remain beautiful. You swallow, slowly, because you know exactly what she means. You've held yourself too tightly. You've held your plans too tightly. You've held your heart like a fragile thing that must never be dropped, never be risked, never be seen. And in trying to protect it, you have starved it. Galadriel's expression does not shift into pity. It shifts into something rarer. Recognition. You saw, she says, and the words are not a question. You nod, barely. The hall is quiet enough that you can hear the tiny crackle of flame. You can hear the slow movement of your own breath. You can hear the faint hum of the forest outside, like the world reminding you that it is still here, waiting for you to return to it. Galadriel rests her hand on the table, palm down, steady. Many believe the mirror shows the future, she says, and sometimes it does, but most often, it shows what you have been unwilling to name. She pauses, not dramatic, just careful. Truth does not always arrive like thunder, she continues. Sometimes it arrives like snow. You feel those words settle in you. Snow, not violent, not loud, but it changes everything it touches. You look at her and wonder suddenly what it is like to live as she has lived, through ages, through wars, through losses that would break a mortal heart, through the slow fading of beauty that can never fully be held. And then you remember the other truth you sensed beside the mirror. Her greatest trial has never been whether she could become magnificent. It has been whether she could refuse to become terrible. You lean forward slightly, as if your body wants to ask what your mouth cannot. Galadriel answers without being asked. There was a time, she says, when I believed power could heal what sorrow had broken. The candlelight touches her hair like pale gold in the winter glow. I believed, she admits, that if I could make the world orderly enough, I could make it safe. Her voice remains calm, but you feel the weight beneath it. And yet, she continues, there is no safety in domination, only silence, only obedience, only the slow dying of what is free. You feel the air grow still around you, not threatening, sacred. You realize you are hearing something that is not often spoken of in stories. Not the glorious part, the costly part, the part where someone who could rule chooses instead to restrain herself again and again, until restraint becomes its own kind of strength. Galadriel's eyes lift, and for a moment you sense a great tide of memory behind them. It is not a flood that overwhelms you. It is a sea that has learned to stay within its shores. Do you know, she asks softly, why so many speak of me differently? You hesitate. You remember the strange feeling that her story has been told in more than one way, as if the world itself cannot decide which version is easier to live with. The proud rebel, the spotless saint, the penitent exile, the queen of light. Galadriel's mouth curves into something almost like a smile, but not quite. Time, she says, does not only pass. She lets the silence hold the next words until they become unavoidable. It edits. You feel a chill at the back of your neck. Not fear, but recognition. Because you have felt the editing of time in your own life, the way people remember you as you once were, the way they forget what happened to you in private, the way they reshape you into something simpler, because complexity makes them uncomfortable. Galadriel's voice is gentle, but it does not flinch. When a story is long, she says, those who tell it grow tired. They smooth the sharp parts. They sharpen the smooth parts. They decide what must be lesson and what must be shame. She looks at you as if she can see the versions of you that others carry. And they rarely ask, she adds, what it felt like to live it. Your throat tightens, not from sadness alone, from being understood. Galadriel leans back slightly, and the hall feels warmer, as if the candles have drawn closer. Listen, she says, quiet as snowfall. You are not required to be the version of yourself that someone else remembers. The sentence is so simple, and yet it lands like a spell. You breathe in, and it feels as if something inside you has been given permission to loosen. Outside, the winter air presses against the walls like a soft hand. Inside, the flames continue their steady work, turning darkness into warmth, turning silence into safety. Galadriel rises, unhurried. Come, she says. You stand, and your legs feel lighter than they did when you arrived. She leads you deeper into the hall, toward a corridor lit by pale lanterns. The air changes as you walk, carrying a faint scent of old paper and cedar, like a library waiting in the dark. You realize with a small thrill that you are being taken somewhere not meant for every visitor, somewhere private, somewhere the forest keeps its most delicate secrets. At the end of the corridor, Galadriel pauses beside a door carved with shapes that resemble both leaves and letters. Her hand rests against it, and the wood seems to recognize her touch. She looks back at you. Her eyes hold a calm invitation, and something else. A promise of deeper knowing. Not all mirrors are made of water, she says softly. And as the door begins to open, you feel the quiet pull of destiny. Not loud, not urgent, but undeniable, like a page turning itself, ready for the next truth to be read. The door opens without a sound, not because it is enchanted to impress, but because it has learned the discipline of silence. You step inside, and the air changes immediately. It is warmer here, heavier with age and intention. The scent of old pages, polished wood, and something faintly metallic, like ink long dried, wraps around you with unexpected tenderness. This is not a library built to display knowledge. It is a library built to keep it safe. Tall shelves curve gently along the walls, following the living shape of the tree itself. Books rest in careful order, their spines worn not by neglect, but by devotion. Some are bound in pale leather, others in cloth softened by centuries of touch. A few glow faintly, as if the words inside them are still awake. Lanterns hang low, their light golden and calm, leaving the corners in shadow. Not hiding them, respecting them. You realize this place does not demand attention. It rewards patience. Galadriel steps inside behind you and closes the door with a quiet finality that feels comforting rather than confining. When she moves, it is with the ease of someone who has walked these floors longer than memory can measure. This place, she says gently, holds what could not be carried. Her hand brushes the edge of a nearby shelf, and you feel a subtle shift in the air, like something listening. These are not histories as they are sung, she continues. They are histories as they were lived. You move closer, drawn to a table near the center of the room. Upon it lies an open book, its pages filled with script that flows like water, changing shape as your eyes try to settle on it. You blink. The words rearrange themselves, not to confuse you, but to meet you where you are. You feel a strange sensation in your chest, as if the book is reading you in return. Galadriel watches your reaction with quiet understanding. Truth, she says, is not fixed. It is faithful. She gestures for you to sit, and you do. The chair beneath you is firm and grounding, carved from pale wood, etched with symbols that feel older than language. You place your hands on the table, and the surface is cool, steady, real. You look at the open page again. This time, you recognize what you see. Not events, patterns, moments you dismissed, choices you made on instinct, times you stayed when leaving would have been easier, times you left because staying would have required more courage than you had then. Your life, not as a list of successes or failures, but as a movement, a becoming. Galadriel speaks softly, as if careful not to disturb the fragile alignment forming inside you. Many believe their story must be consistent, she says. Clear, defensible, easy to explain. She pauses, letting the lantern light settle. But a living soul is not a monument, she continues. It is a journey. You feel something loosen again, another knot you didn't realize you were carrying. You glance around the library, noticing how some shelves are full, while others hold only a few volumes, and some stand empty altogether. You point to one of them, almost without thinking. Galadriel follows your gaze. Yes, she says, those are the spaces reserved for what has not yet been understood. Not written, not justified. Simply, not yet known. The idea stirs something deep and quiet in you. You think of all the times you felt incomplete, behind, late to your own life, as if everyone else had received instructions you somehow missed. Galadriel's voice reaches you like a hand placed over yours. An unfinished story, she says, is not a failed one. The book before you shifts again, revealing a page that feels heavier than the others. The script is slower, more deliberate. You sense that this page matters. You hesitate. Galadriel does not urge you forward. She waits. Because she knows some truths must be approached, not seized. You read, and you see a version of yourself shaped by the expectations of others. How you adapted, how you softened your edges, how you learned which parts of you were welcome and which were best kept quiet. You see the cost of that adaptation. Not dramatic, cumulative. 1,000 small silences. Your throat tightens, not with regret alone, but with compassion for the person you were when you made those choices. You did not fail. You survived. Galadriel speaks again, her tone neither sorrowful nor triumphant. Many stories are rewritten by those who did not live them, she says, and over time, even the one who lived them begins to forget where the edits came from. You feel the truth of that settle into your bones. How often have you doubted your own memory? How often have you accepted someone else's version because it seemed easier than defending your own? Galadriel steps closer, and though she does not touch you, her presence feels anchoring. That, she says quietly, is why stories like these are kept. She gestures to the shelves. Not to argue with the world, she adds, but to remember oneself. You close your eyes for a moment. The room remains. The warmth remains. Nothing disappears when you stop looking. When you open your eyes again, the book's page has softened. The sharpness of recognition has eased into something gentler, like a wound that has finally been cleaned. You realize something important. This library is not meant to trap you in reflection. It is meant to return you to the world more whole. Galadriel moves back toward the center of the room, and you follow. She stops beneath a lantern whose light casts a soft halo around her, neither crown nor shadow, but something in between. Power, she says, as if returning to a thought left resting on a shelf, is often mistaken for certainty. You remember the vision in the mirror, the blinding light, the promise of order. I once believed, she continues, that if I could shape the world carefully enough, I could protect it from pain. Her voice does not tremble. It has already passed through that fire. But pain, she says, does not vanish when it is controlled. It only learns to hide. You feel the weight of that truth, not heavy, but grounding. Galadriel looks at you, and for a moment, the centuries in her gaze feel less like distance and more like companionship. To refuse domination, she says, is not to refuse responsibility. She pauses. It is to trust growth. You think of your own life, the times you tried to force clarity, the times you demanded answers too quickly, the times you mistook control for peace. And you begin to understand that rest is not the absence of effort. It is the presence of trust. Galadriel turns toward another corridor, narrower and dimmer than the last. The lanterns there are fewer, spaced farther apart, leaving pockets of shadow that feel intentional. Come, she says again. You rise, feeling steady. As you walk, the library seems to recede behind you, not closing, not locking itself away, but remaining exactly where it is. Available. Patient. At the threshold of the corridor, Galadriel pauses. She looks at you, not searching, not measuring, seeing. Some truths, she says softly, are learned by looking. She turns, and the lantern light shifts. And some, she adds, are learned by choosing. The corridor ahead breathes quietly, like a path that has been waiting for your step. And as you follow her into the gentle dark, you sense that the next lesson will not be written in books or mirrors, but in the quiet courage of what you are willing to release. The corridor opens into the open air, not suddenly, not with surprise, but as if the forest has been patiently making space for you. The air brushes your face, cool and clean, carrying the faint scent of snow and distant water. Above, the winter sky stretches wide and calm, its stars steady, unblinking, ancient companions to every quiet thought. You step forward, and the ground beneath your feet feels firm, welcoming. This path does not test you. It does not twist or challenge. It simply exists, laid out with the quiet confidence of something that knows where it leads. Galadriel walks beside you, not ahead, not behind, with you. The trees here are taller, their pale trunks rising like pillars shaped by time rather than hands. Their branches hold a dusting of snow that glimmers softly, catching the starlight in 1,000 small reflections. Each step you take sends a whisper through the leaves, a sound like breath moving through memory. You realize this path is not meant for arrival. It is meant for release. Galadriel speaks, her voice blending seamlessly with the night. Some burdens, she says, are carried so long they begin to feel like identity. You feel the truth of that settle gently in your chest. You think of the roles you have worn, the expectations you learned to fulfill, the strength you learned to perform. You have carried them carefully, faithfully, even when they grew heavy, even when they stopped fitting. The path curves slightly, and the forest opens to reveal a small clearing ahead. At its center burns a single lantern, set upon a low stone. Its light is warm, steady, unafraid of the surrounding dark. Galadriel slows. This place, she says softly, is where many come to loosen what they no longer need. She does not say, let go. She says, loosen. You approach the lantern, and its glow reveals delicate shapes etched into the stone, symbols that resemble leaves, stars, and open hands. Nothing here speaks of endings, only of transition. You stand beside the light, and Galadriel remains a respectful distance away. She understands that some moments must be faced alone, even when you are not truly alone. The lantern hums quietly, as if listening. You close your eyes. At first, nothing happens. Then, slowly, you become aware of what your body has been holding. The tension in your shoulders, the tightness in your jaw, the constant readiness, as if life might demand defense at any moment. You breathe. And for the first time in a long while, you do not brace for the next thought. Galadriel's voice returns, barely more than a whisper woven into the night air. Release, she says, is not forgetting. You feel the lantern's warmth deepen. It is remembering without clinging. Images drift through your mind, not sharp, not overwhelming. Faces, moments, decisions you replayed too often, words you wish you had said differently, paths you wonder about late at night. You let them rise, and you let them soften. One by one, they lose their weight, not because they stop mattering, but because you stop demanding they explain everything. You realize something gentle and startling. You are allowed to carry wisdom without carrying pain. The lantern's light flickers once, as if in agreement. When you open your eyes, the clearing feels changed, not brighter, but calmer, as if something unseen has settled into its proper place. Galadriel steps forward now, her presence quiet and reassuring. Many believe growth must hurt, she says, that transformation requires breaking. She looks at the lantern, then back to you. But there are changes that happen the way winter happens, she continues. Not by force, by patience. You glance around. The trees do not resist the cold. They do not cling desperately to what must fall. They trust the cycle, knowing that what rests now will rise again when the time is right. You feel the trust beginning to take root in you. Galadriel turns, gesturing gently down another path, narrower, winding between trees whose branches meet overhead, forming a soft arch of shadow and starlight. This way, she says. You follow, your steps unhurried. As you walk, you notice something subtle. Your thoughts no longer race ahead of you. They move at the same pace as your body, as your breath. There is no urgency pressing against your ribs. The forest seems to respond. The air grows quieter, deeper. The stars above appear closer, as if the sky itself is leaning in to listen. Galadriel speaks again, and her words feel like they are meant not only for you, but for the part of you that has been waiting to hear them. Your story does not demand perfection, she says. It asks for presence. You think of the library, of the unfinished shelves, of the mirror that showed you not prophecy but truth. You understand now that those were not lessons meant to judge you. They were invitations. The path slopes gently downward, and soon you hear the sound of water, slow, rhythmic, steady. A stream reveals itself, flowing dark and clear between stones dusted with snow. The water moves without hurry, reflecting the stars in soft, broken patterns. Galadriel stops at its edge. This water, she says, has crossed many lands. She crouches slightly and dips her fingers into the stream. The surface ripples, then smooths again. It remembers mountains, she continues, and valleys, and long stretches of quiet. She looks at you, and yet it does not hold them. You kneel beside the stream, letting your fingers hover just above the surface. The cold rises gently, sharp but clean. You touch the water. A shiver moves through you, not unpleasant, not startling, clarifying. You realize that letting go does not mean becoming empty. It means becoming fluid. You lift your hand, droplets falling back into the stream, and watch as the water accepts them without comment, without pause. Galadriel stands, her white robes catching the starlight. "Carry what nourishes you," she says. "Let the rest move on." The words feel like a quiet blessing. You remain there for a moment longer, listening to the stream's steady song. It does not change tempo. It does not ask who you are or where you have been. It simply continues. When you rise, you feel lighter, not detached, not unreal, but grounded in a new way, as if you have finally aligned with something that has always been available to you. The path leads upward again, back toward the heart of Lothlórien. The lanterns appear once more between the trees, glowing softly, welcoming your return. Galadriel walks beside you, her steps soundless on the snow. "You may return to this path," she says, "whenever memory grows heavy." You nod, understanding that this is not a place bound by distance. It is a place bound by willingness. As you approach the familiar lights, the forest seems to hum with quiet approval. Not applause, not celebration, recognition. You have crossed something, not a threshold of power, a threshold of peace. Galadriel slows, and you sense that this part of the journey is nearing a pause, not an end, but a resting place before the next turning. She looks at you with those deep, ancient eyes, and for a moment you feel as though you are being seen, not as you were, not as you fear you might be, but as you are becoming. The greatest courage, she says softly, is often not in holding on. She lets the words settle. It is in trusting what will remain. The lantern light glows warmer around you. The winter air feels less cold, and as you continue forward together, you sense that the next chapter will ask something new of you. Not release, not reflection, but choice. A quiet, shaping choice that will ripple outward, gentle as snowfall, powerful as light returning after a long night. The lanterns guide you toward a higher terrace, where the forest opens once more and the night feels wider, less enclosed. Snow rests lightly along the railings, undisturbed, as if no one has passed this way for a long while, until now. The stars above seem closer here, arranged like a quiet audience, waiting without judgment. You notice how your steps feel different. Not lighter in a way that makes you float away from yourself, but steadier, more honest. Your breath moves easily in your chest, and the cold no longer feels sharp. It feels awake. Galadriel slows beside a low wall of pale stone. Beyond it, Lothlórien stretches outward, silver and still, as if the land itself is listening for something that has not yet been spoken. "This is where many stand longest," she says. Her voice carries no weight of command. It carries recognition. You rest your hands on the cool stone and look out. The forest does not ask you to admire it. It asks you to notice how it holds itself, how it remains open without becoming exposed, how it shines without insisting on being seen. You sense the quiet pull of a question forming in you. Not a question of destiny, a question of direction. Galadriel turns slightly, allowing the silence to do its work. You feel no pressure to answer quickly. The night is patient. The stars have waited longer than you can imagine. Choice, she says at last, is often misunderstood. She looks toward the distant trees, where lantern light fades into shadow. Many think it arrives as a moment of force, she continues. A test, a trial, a dramatic turning. She meets your gaze again. But most true choices, she says gently, arrive like this. She gestures to the stillness. Quiet, unadorned, easy to overlook. You feel a subtle tension rise, not fear, but awareness. You think of the mirror, of the power that could have been seized, of the order that could have been imposed. You think of the path of release, of what you allowed to loosen its grip. And now you sense the next step, not a command, an invitation to decide who you will be when no one is watching. Galadriel's presence remains calm, steady, unwavering. You realize something important. She is not here to choose for you. She never has been. Her role is to illuminate the moment, then step back. There are paths, she says, that promise certainty. Her voice does not criticize them. And there are paths, she adds, that ask for trust. You recognize the difference immediately. Certainty wants control. It demands guarantees. It tightens around outcomes like a fist closing around sand. Trust opens. Trust allows the future to breathe. You look again at the forest below. The trees do not know what storms will come. They do not know which branches will bear weight and which will break. And yet they stand, rooted, receptive, alive. Galadriel speaks again, quieter now. When I stood before my own choice, she says, I saw a world made orderly by my will. The air seems to hold itself around her words. I saw fear silenced, conflict subdued, light enforced. You sense the echo of that vision, how seductive it must have been, how convincing. And I saw, she continues, what it would cost. Her voice does not darken, it clarifies. I would have saved the world, she says softly, by taking its freedom. You feel the weight of that truth press gently against your chest. You understand suddenly that this is not a story about resisting temptation alone. It is a story about refusing to confuse control with care. Galadriel turns fully toward you now. The starlight catches her features, revealing not perfection, but balance. Strength, tempered by restraint. Knowledge softened by mercy. Power, she says, can shape the world. She pauses, but only choice can shape the self. You stand quietly, letting the words settle into you. You think of your own life, the small moments that rarely feel important at the time, the decisions to speak gently, to pause before reacting, to leave room for uncertainty rather than fill it with fear. You see how those choices ripple outward, unnoticed, changing the texture of your days. The terrace grows quieter still, as if the world is holding a respectful distance. You sense that this moment is not meant to be rushed. Galadriel steps back a single pace. It is a small movement, but it carries meaning. She is giving you space. You breathe in the cold night air, slow and deep. You do not search for the right answer. You listen instead, to your body, to the calm that has been growing in you since the mirror, to the quiet confidence that has replaced urgency. You realize something gently profound. You do not need to become someone new. You need to choose who you already are. The choice does not arrive as words. It arrives as alignment. A quiet yes to patience. A quiet no to domination. A willingness to walk forward without demanding certainty. The moment passes, not dramatically, not with thunder or light, but with a subtle shift in how you stand, how you breathe, how you meet the night. Galadriel nods, almost imperceptibly. She does not praise you. She honors the choice by accepting it. The light you carry, she says, does not need to be brighter. Her gaze remains steady. It needs to be truer. You feel warmth spread through you. Not heat, not intensity, but clarity, like dawn before sunrise, like a candle placed where it will not flicker. The lanterns along the terrace glow a little softer now, as if responding to something that has settled into its proper shape. You turn with Galadriel as she gestures toward another path, this one leading downward, back into the heart of Lothlórien. It is familiar and unfamiliar all at once, changed not by the land, but by you. As you walk, you notice how the forest seems closer, not encroaching, companionable. The shadows between the trees feel less like unknowns and more like rest. The stars above remain constant, their light unchanged, yet somehow more present. Galadriel speaks one last time before the path curves away from the terrace. Remember this, she says. The world is not shaped by those who shout the loudest. Her voice blends with the night. It is shaped by those who choose, again and again, to act with quiet courage. You carry the words with you as you move forward. They do not weigh you down, they anchor you. Ahead, you sense another threshold approaching, not of choice this time, but of return. A gentle re-entry into the world, informed by what you have seen, steadied by what you have decided. The forest breathes around you. The light endures, and as you follow the winding path, you understand that the choice you made will not end here. It will echo, softly, faithfully, like light passing through leaves, never forcing its way in, yet always finding a place to land. The path leads you gently downward, away from the terrace and back into the woven heart of Lothlórien. The lanterns grow fewer now, their light spaced farther apart, allowing the night to exist without interruption. Snow rests untouched along the roots of ancient trees, and the air feels deeper here, as if the forest is exhaling after a long vigil. You walk more slowly, not because you are tired, but because something in you understands that this moment is meant to be savored. The way one lingers at the edge of a dream, knowing that waking will come soon, but not yet. Galadriel remains beside you, her presence steady and unassuming. She does not fill the silence. She trusts it. The forest responds. You notice how sound behaves differently now. Your footsteps are softer. The distant water you heard before has faded into memory. Even the wind moves carefully, slipping between branches like a thought that does not wish to disturb. This, Galadriel says quietly, is where stories begin to loosen their hold. You look at her, curious. She does not elaborate at once. Instead, she lets the path speak. You pass a tree whose bark is etched with faint markings, names, dates, symbols worn smooth by time. They are not carved deeply. They were never meant to last forever. You realize these are not memorials. They are acknowledgments, signs that someone once stood here, felt something meaningful, and then continued on. Galadriel notices your gaze. Not every story is meant to be carried for a lifetime, she says. Some are meant to bring you to the threshold, and then release you. The words settle gently. You think of how tightly you have held certain chapters of your life, not because they still nourished you, but because you feared who you might be without them. You thought letting go meant erasing, but here, surrounded by a forest that remembers without clinging, you begin to understand another way. Letting go can be an act of trust. The path curves again, and ahead you see a low bridge arching over a narrow stream. The water beneath it moves slowly, catching fragments of starlight and lantern glow, carrying them forward without pause. Galadriel stops at the bridge. This is as far as many stories travel with us, she says softly. You step onto the bridge, the wood firm beneath your feet. You pause at the center and look down into the water. Your reflection wavers gently, not distorted, just alive. For a moment, you see more than your face. You see the versions of yourself that once felt necessary. The one who endured. The one who hid. The one who tried to be everything for everyone. They look back at you without accusation, without demand. You feel a quiet gratitude rise. They did what they could. Galadriel's voice reaches you, calm and clear. You do not dishonor who you were by becoming who you are now. The truth of it opens something in you. You step off the bridge, and the forest seems to shift in response, not dramatically, not with spectacle, but with recognition. As if it knows you have crossed something subtle and important. The path widens slightly, and the trees stand a little farther apart. The night sky opens above you, revealing a gentle sweep of stars, steady and unchanging. Galadriel walks a few steps ahead now, not leaving you, but guiding you towards something that feels like a return. You may notice, she says, that people will continue to tell your story. Her tone is neither warning nor comfort. It is simply true. They will choose the parts they understand, she continues. They will forget the parts that make them uncomfortable. They may remember you as stronger or softer than you felt yourself to be. You feel the familiar tension rise, then soften. You no longer need to correct every version. Galadriel slows, allowing you to walk beside her again. What matters, she says, is that you remember. You reach a clearing where the forest thins and the ground slopes gently downward toward a soft glow ahead. Lanterns cluster there, marking the edge of Lothlórien's inner paths. Beyond them, the world feels closer, less enchanted perhaps, but no less real. You sense that this place is not an ending. It is a pause before returning. Galadriel stops at the edge of the light. Her expression is calm, but there is something else there now, a quiet affection, the kind that does not bind or demand, the kind that wishes you well and trusts you to continue. Carry this with you, she says, not as instruction, but as reminder. She looks toward the forest behind you. You have seen that truth can be gentle, she says, that power can be restrained, that stories can evolve without betraying their beginning. Her gaze returns to you, and that you are allowed to grow beyond what others expect. You feel the weight of those words, not heavy, but anchoring. The lantern light warms your face, and you realize how far you have traveled without ever leaving the forest. How much has shifted without anything being taken from you. Galadriel steps back, creating a respectful distance. This place will remain, she says, not waiting, but available. You understand. Lothlórien is not somewhere you must return to physically. It is somewhere you can return to inwardly. Whenever you choose patience over urgency, clarity over control, compassion over certainty, the forest seems to breathe one last time around you, like a blessing that does not need to be spoken aloud. Galadriel inclines her head, not in farewell, but in recognition. And as you step forward into the lantern-lit path that leads you onward, you sense something profound and steady within yourself. The story does not end here. It loosens its hold, and in that release you are free to continue it, quietly, courageously, and in your own time. The lantern-lit path carries you forward, away from the deepest heart of Lothlórien, yet somehow closer to yourself than you have been in a long while. The forest does not rush your departure. It never has. The trees stand with the calm dignity of those who understand that leaving is also a form of trust. Snow rests lightly on their branches, unmoving, as if the night itself has chosen stillness in your honor. Your steps are slow, unforced. Each one feels deliberate, not because you are trying to remember something important, but because your body has learned a gentler rhythm. The air fills your lungs easily now, and your thoughts no longer run ahead of you. They walk beside you, quiet companions instead of restless guides. Galadriel remains close, though you sense she is beginning to fade into the background of the moment, not disappearing, but allowing space. This part of the journey is meant to be felt more than witnessed. The return, she says softly, is often misunderstood. You glance toward her, attentive. Many believe it means forgetting, she continues, or abandoning what was learned. Her voice carries no sharpness, only clarity. But a true return, she says, is when light settles back into ordinary places. You look around. The path is simple now. No carved stone, no glowing symbols, no hidden thresholds. Just earth, snow, trees, and sky. And yet, everything appears subtly changed, as if a veil has been lifted, not from the world, but from your eyes. You notice the way starlight touches the snow, turning it faintly blue. You notice the quiet strength in the trunks of the trees, how they do not compete for space, yet none of them disappear. You notice how silence here is not empty, but full, layered with meaning. This, Galadriel says, is where the lesson becomes lived. You feel the truth of that settle in you. It is one thing to understand a revelation in a mirror, in a library, on a sacred path. It is another to carry it into the simple act of walking, breathing, existing. The path curves gently, and you begin to see the faint outline of the forest's edge. Beyond it lies the wider world, unpredictable, demanding, beautiful in its own imperfect way. A familiar tension stirs in you, not fear, anticipation. You realize that part of you expected a final instruction, a clear rule, a promise that everything would now be easy. But Galadriel offers none of that. Instead, she offers trust. Light, she says, does not always arrive as revelation. She pauses, letting the words find their place. Sometimes, she continues, it returns quietly, as patience. You feel that word echo. Patience, not passivity, not resignation. Patience as presence, as steadiness, as the willingness to remain open even when certainty is unavailable. You slow your steps, absorbing the idea. You think of the moments ahead of you, the small, unremarkable ones. Mornings that begin without inspiration. Conversations that require listening more than speaking. Decisions that offer no perfect outcome. And you realize something gently hopeful. You are no longer waiting to be illuminated. You are learning to illuminate gently. Galadriel stops at the edge of the path, where the forest thins and the sky opens wider. Lantern light glows behind you, while ahead lies the softer darkness of what comes next. This is where I remain, she says. Not goodbye. A boundary. A place of honoring. You turn toward her, feeling the weight of gratitude rise in your chest. Not dramatic, not overwhelming, but steady and sincere. She meets your gaze, her expression calm, ancient, kind. You have learned, she says, that truth can be faced without force. You have learned, she continues, that power can be released without loss. And you have learned, she adds, that your story may be told many ways, but only you must live it. The words settle into you like snow on open ground. Quiet, transformative. Galadriel inclines her head, not as a queen, not as a legend, but as a fellow traveler who has walked long enough to recognize when another has found their footing. The light you carry now, she says, will not blind. It will guide. You feel a warmth spread through you, not heat, not brilliance, but something enduring. Something that does not demand attention, yet cannot be extinguished. The forest around you seems to breathe one last time, a deep, peaceful breath that carries blessing without words. You take a step forward, then another. You do not look back, not because there is nothing to return to, but because you know you can return whenever you choose, through memory, through stillness, through the quiet courage of living what you have learned. Behind you, Lothlórien remains. Ahead of you, the world waits. And within you, light continues its gentle work, not rushing, not fading, simply becoming part of how you move through time. The story does not close, it softens. And in that softening, you walk onward, awake, unafraid, and quietly illuminated. You walk on, and the forest gradually thins. Not abruptly, not with loss, but with a quiet understanding, like a hand releasing another after a long moment of shared stillness. The trees begin to stand farther apart, their branches no longer arching overhead, and the sky opens wider above you, calm and untroubled. The night feels different now, not emptier, more spacious. You notice how the air carries sound again, distant, subtle signs of the wider world. A faint rustle somewhere beyond the trees. The suggestion of water far off. The quiet presence of things continuing, even when you are not watching. You realize that this, too, is part of the lesson. The world does not pause for revelation. It receives it. You slow your pace, sensing that something in you is adjusting, settling into a new alignment. The calm you carry is no longer fragile. It does not require silence to survive. It moves with you, adapting, steady. As you step beyond the last pale trunks of Lothlórien, the ground beneath your feet changes slightly. The soil feels firmer, less cushioned by roots and moss. Snow lies thinner here, revealing earth beneath, dark, honest, real. You are back in the open world. And the world does not resist you. Galadriel's presence is no longer beside you in form, yet you feel her influence in a quieter way. like a memory that guides without intruding, like a truth that no longer needs to announce itself. You pause and listen. At first, you hear only the wind. Then you notice something else. The world listens back, not in words, in response. You breathe, and the cold air fills your lungs without struggle. You shift your weight, and the ground supports you. You stand still, and nothing demands that you hurry. For the first time, perhaps, you understand what it means to belong without explanation. You begin walking again, and your thoughts drift, not in circles, but forward. You think of the truths you faced in the mirror, of the power that was refused, of the stories that loosened their hold. You realize those were not moments meant to stay behind in a sacred place. They were meant to accompany you into the ordinary. A memory surfaces, not grand, not mythic. A simple moment from your own life, a time when you almost chose differently, a time when patience might have changed the shape of an outcome. You do not judge that memory now. You greet it, and in greeting it, you feel how the past softens when it is no longer fought. You walk beneath an open sky, and the stars above feel less distant. They no longer watch you from unreachable heights. They simply exist, steady and unchanging, reminding you that constancy does not require control. You think of how often you sought signs, clear answers, unmistakable directions, certainty wrapped in light. And you smile, faintly, because now you know. The truest guidance rarely arrives as instruction. It arrives as alignment. You notice the way your body responds to the night, how your shoulders remain relaxed, how your jaw unclenches without effort, how your breath moves in an unbroken rhythm. This is not vigilance. This is presence. The path ahead is unmarked, but it does not feel unknown. It feels open, receptive, waiting to meet you as you are, not as you think you must become. You realize that nothing has been taken from you. No certainty has been stolen. No answers withheld. What has changed is simpler and deeper. You trust yourself to listen, to pause, to choose gently. You stop once more, letting the quiet wrap around you like a familiar cloak. You feel the echo of Lothlórien within you, not as longing, but as grounding. The forest taught you how to be still. The mirror taught you how to see. The choice taught you how to shape light without force. And now, the world teaches you how to carry it. You turn your face slightly upward, letting starlight touch your skin. It does not blaze. It does not demand. It rests. And you understand that this is how you will move forward, not seeking to shine brighter than others, not striving to be unchanging, but allowing light to pass through you where it is needed. The night remains calm. The world remains open. And as you continue walking, unhurried and awake, you sense that the final lesson is not waiting ahead of you. It is unfolding within you, quietly, faithfully, with every step you take. The night deepens as you continue on, not darker, deeper, as if the world has lowered its voice out of respect for what has settled inside you. The air cools gently, brushing your skin with a reminder that you are still here, still moving, still part of the living rhythm of things. Your steps find their own cadence now. You no longer wonder where the path leads. You trust that it will meet you where you are meant to arrive. The ground beneath you is uneven in places, honest and unpolished, yet it never feels hostile. It supports you without promise, and somehow that feels enough. You realize that the quiet you carry is different from silence. Silence can feel empty, uncertain. This quiet feels full. It holds everything you did not say, everything you no longer need to prove, everything you are slowly learning to forgive, especially within yourself. The memory of Galadriel returns, not as image, but as presence, not her form, her steadiness. You recognize it now as something she never tried to give you. She showed it to you, and in doing so, she reminded you that steadiness is not borrowed, it is uncovered. You pause beside a low rise in the land where the wind moves freely. Snow gathers in shallow hollows, tracing the shape of the earth instead of hiding it. The stars above feel farther apart here, as if the sky itself has made room for breathing. You rest your hands at your sides and simply stand. No task, no question, no expectation. And something remarkable happens. Nothing demands your attention. The world does not pull at you, it waits. You think of all the nights when quiet felt unbearable, when stillness left space for worries to echo, for doubts to grow louder than reason. You remember how you filled those spaces with noise, motion, distraction, anything to avoid being alone with your thoughts. But this night is different. This quiet does not interrogate you, it accompanies you. You feel a gentle gratitude rise, not sharp, not emotional, but steady. Gratitude for what did not happen, for the power you did not seize, for the stories you no longer need to defend, for the versions of yourself you are allowed to leave resting behind you. You understand now that peace is not something that arrives all at once. It is something that remains. It remains when urgency fades. It remains when the night stretches long. It remains when no one is watching. You resume walking, and the path seems to welcome you back without comment. You notice how your senses have sharpened, not in alertness, but in clarity. The smell of cold earth, the faint shift of air before the wind moves, the sound of your own footsteps, steady and unafraid. You think of the question that once lived in you. Who am I meant to become? It feels distant now, not unanswered, transformed. The question has softened into something kinder. How will I choose to be present? You realize that this is the quiet legacy of Lothlórien. Not magic as spectacle, but magic as discernment, the ability to recognize what matters when everything else grows still. You walk on, and the night does not resist you. It does not test you. It simply unfolds, moment by moment, step by step, as if trusting you to move through it without harm. You feel a calm certainty, not about outcomes, not about the future, but about yourself. You can meet what comes. You can pause when needed. You can choose without force. The stars overhead remain constant, their light unchanged by your passing. And yet, you sense that something subtle has shifted, not in the sky, but in how you receive it. You no longer look upward seeking answers. You look upward in recognition. The path begins to level, and in the distance you sense the approach of rest. Not sleep yet, but the readiness for it. The kind that comes when the mind no longer races ahead of the body, when thought and breath move together. You slow naturally. Your shoulders relax. Your jaw softens. The night wraps around you like a familiar story, nearing its final lines, not ending, but settling into meaning. And you understand that what remains now is not the lesson, not the revelation, not even the memory of Galadriel or the mirror. What remains is the way you inhabit yourself, quiet, whole, unhurried. As you take another step forward, you feel no need to mark the moment. The night knows, and that is enough. The path grows softer beneath your feet, as if the world itself has learned how to cradle the weight you carry. The night no longer feels vast or distant. It feels close in a way that is comforting, like a familiar room dimmed for rest. The stars remain overhead, steady and watchful, but they no longer feel like questions. They feel like witnesses, quiet, patient, content to simply be. You slow, not because you are tired, but because there is nowhere you need to rush toward. Everything essential has already arrived. Your breath moves easily now, rising and falling without effort. Each inhale feels like an invitation. Each exhale feels like permission. The tension you once carried as vigilance has transformed into awareness, soft, grounded, present. You come to a place where the path gently fades into open ground. There is no marker here, no threshold to cross, just space. This is where journeys do not end, but return inward. You stop and stand still, letting the night surround you. The cold air brushes your skin, reminding you of your body, of your place in the world, of your aliveness. Snow rests quietly around you, untouched, unbothered by time. And in this stillness, something becomes clear. You are not waiting anymore. Not for answers, not for certainty, not for permission. You remember the mirror, not the images, but the feeling of being seen without judgment. You remember the power that was offered and refused, not as loss, but as liberation. You remember the stories that loosened their grip, allowing you to step forward without carrying their weight. And you realize that all of it was guiding you here, to this quiet recognition. You do not need to be more. You do not need to be less. You are enough in motion, enough in stillness, enough in becoming. This is what Galadriel knew. This is what the forest tried to teach you, not through command or spectacle, but through patience, restraint, and trust. True magic does not demand belief. It invites remembrance. You place a hand lightly over your chest, feeling the steady rhythm beneath your palm. Your heart does not race. It does not falter. It simply continues, faithful and unassuming, like light that has learned where it belongs. You think of the world you will return to, its noise, its urgency, its unanswered questions. And for the first time, that thought does not weigh you down. You know now that calm is not something you leave behind. It is something you carry forward. The night deepens, and with it comes a gentle readiness for rest. Not an escape, not an ending, but a pause that restores. The kind of pause that allows dreams to form without fear, that lets the mind wander without getting lost. You feel sleep approaching like a tide, slow, warm, inevitable. And you welcome it, because you trust yourself to wake again. Before you let your eyes close, a final thought drifts through you, soft and luminous. What if the true magic was never about power, but about choosing gentleness, again and again? What if awakening was not a moment, but a practice? What if remembering who you are was the bravest spell of all? The night holds these questions without urgency. There is no need to answer them now. You are safe. You are held. You are exactly where you need to be. So rest, weary heart. Let the story settle into you like starlight into snow. And when you return, when you walk forward again, remember this. The forest remains. The light endures. And the magic was always within you,